Hello, hello. And here we are waiting for Factorio 2.1. Continuing the ramping science cost playthrough. Day 17. All right, let's see. What are we doing today? I think what I wanted to do is to go to space, right? So I want. Wait, only one of them was working all this time. No. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I want more rockets. There we go. This is going to help, I suppose. Um, Good that I looked at it. So yeah, I just want more rockets. Which means that I want more electromagnetic plants. I'll do the same for the red chips then later and other things. And then also what I want to do is automate the calcite or like semi-automated or something. So yeah, which one we do first though is something I'm not sure about. So we'll have to think about it. And then um in terms of science, I am researching the inserter capacity, but that's going to be done soon. So what is going to happen next? There is another inserter capacity, or hello sheepduck, or I am kind of out of the things to research. I'm thinking logistics 3, and if I build a new factory, build it with the blue belt would be a thing to do. Yeah, so I'm mainly right now just then waiting for the rockets with bullets so that I can leave right now. I actually have 747 bullets, which is enough to do a single trip back and forth. Um, yeah. But I think I'll wait a little bit. And how do I decide which one? Like, I still don't know how to decide which one I do first. I cannot do them both at the same time, unfortunately. um, might as well just throw a coin or something. But I think the biggest upgrade would be from the electromagnetic plants. So, and that's like the easiest thing to do. So Fulgora first, and then after that Vulcanus. Probably something that makes sense. On Novice, there are things that I could do, like connecting the new patches. Not super necessary right now, but something that I could do. Let's also let me see if I can clean up like all of these old ones, which were not using the big mining drills. They still have a little bit of the ore below the beacons, so maybe I take care of that. Let's see my stations. So coal loading station, right? This over here is a coal loading station, which is completely dead. Let's rename this to deleted. This coal is the one that is not depleted. Okay. Working on the regular mining drills. Okay, that's fine. Copper ore depleted. This over here is uranium, which is also depleted. All of that stuff is depleted. And this is where I start having the beacons. Let's replace them. Actually, hold on. What do I replace them with? I think I replaced them with regular ones, not with the big mining drills. So let's get a couple of those. Uncommon, sure. And we have an alert that this belt is running out of the fuel cells. I'll fix that in a bit too. Actually, probably better to fix it right now since I'm still here. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I did not craft that much. Maybe this should be a bigger buffer, actually. I'm going to handcraft. Okay, this will be enough. This will be enough. Also, I just noticed that the bullets are not being crafted because the iron is not being delivered. Interesting. Was that an actual issue? Okay, while I'm handcrafting, I'm going back where I wanted to go. Alright, just do some cleanup on the old stations with the beacons so that I don't see the resources. Because otherwise, when I do Control F, copper ore, right, it shows over here, this copper ore, which I don't want to see. That's why I want to clean this up. This one is similar. We just drive around the world, I guess. The lack of the bullets is not a big issue though, right? Yeah, I don't think it's a big issue. My buffers are all filled up. But why is it not being delivered? That's the real question. Oh, wait, hold on. What is this? So, okay, this over here is a big one, actually. Why did this ore train decide to go in this spot? Because this line has literally the train stop, which is supposed to give extra which is supposed to give extra penalty for this path compared to this path, right? Is it because my personal train was standing here, because the manually stopped train has more penalty or something? But I think this is never supposed to happen, literally. Looks like my train ran over the biters, and the biters ran over me then. Okay. A little unfortunate. But another death to the list of deaths. Okay, how do I pick it up though? Okay, and another alert. Because they broke the power though, it's fine. Guess I'm going to go... Just in order to pick up this, I need like a tank. Maybe. I'll just get this flamethrower. Yeah. And then I'll just get the tank over here. One of these. The place where I died, I didn't expect to see a lot of biters there. They were for some reason just left on the tracks. Hello, Modern Skit. Why is it beeping? Because they broke the power line, and it results in the base thinking that I don't have the resources. So, because this power line is connecting some resources, I guess. So, we have the beeping when I'm out of resources, basically set up. Okay, looks like I did not need to pick up. The tank, after all. Wait, I just realized I don't have the discharge defense in my armor. Not a big deal for this place, but I kind of should get it. Maybe just a couple. So this power line, when it's fixed, the beeping stops. There's another beeping though. That's one is for the fuel because that was never automated. So I'm handcrafting the fuel cells right now, but it's okay. I was coming here myself to finish mining the copper patch there. Wait, this still says oil untaken. I guess this can be deleted because this is literally taken now. Also, one thing that I see is that this is not connecting to the radar. Yeah, maybe I don't connect oils to the radars though. Maybe it is fine. There is a little more over here. 18. I'll hand mine, it is fine. Clean the inventory a little bit. I just realized over here we have a mining drill that is not connected because this is missing a pipe. Right, let's fix that too. I'll drive through here. That's faster. The science completely stopped. Why is that? Am I actually preferring to do the rockets? The rockets are also not being done. Actually, hold on. What's happening? Do you have a... Wait, I have a traffic jam because... I think this means that they killed a train and I did not even notice. Yes, this is a killed train. This is unfortunate. That I missed the notification. Would I see that train as like a separate train? No, because like it still is considered to be this group, right? This was the iron ore train, which doesn't have the cargo wagon. The fact that cargo wagons are not visible on these previews are also a little bit annoying, but okay. Wait, I don't have the pipe. No! I can do that. Good enough. Alright, I'll go home now. Fix the power. And then go home. Fix this beeping, and then fix the train. It's because of this of this expansion probably again. Update that to elevated rails. This section has seen multiple trains killed. It should be either inside of the defenses or it should be elevated. Or keep killing the enemies. Of course, is another option. This thing should continue now, right? Wait, or did I actually run out of oil? Because this looks like the plastic is the thing that ran out, not even the iron. So did I run out of oil? Let's take a look. Fluids, oil, right? I've been doing 8,000 oil, but I have been using 18,000 a minute when this is working. Is that right? Do I need 3 times the oil that I am having right now? Looks like it. That makes sense, actually. Okay. So I know that there is the a lot of oil. Connecting the oil is going to take so much time, though. So I'm actually thinking, what if we do... So there is not unlocked... coal liquefaction is not unlocked, right? But there is still simple coal liquefaction, which is available to us. Because I'm barely using the oil right now. This will use a lot of calcite, though, so... Which is not here anyway. Yeah, I cannot really do this anyway right now, right? Actually must connect more oil. I guess I found my next goal then. I know what to do. Amazing. Wait a second. Where's my... I sent it to the temporary station. The iron ore train that died. How do I figure out which one is dead? One thing that they should fix in the go back menu, it doesn't keep the scroll. It scrolls to the top when I go back by clicking the back button. I'm lost. Which one am I clicking? That one? Okay, at the bottom. This one. Found it. I have a small traffic jam right now. It's because I was blocking that train, actually. Let's just send it there for 1 billion seconds. It's probably better to have it in a different place, actually. Let me drive it remotely. Wait, where am I? Myself? I am myself over there. Let's wait for this train. Do I not have the wagon on me? Okay, I need a cargo wagon too, I guess. Better way to detecting the broken train like this would be nice. But I guess I should not have just... Yeah, like control clicking turns them into the automatic mode, which is annoying a little bit. Okay, I think the traffic jam is almost fixed. The iron is back here, so yeah, the bullets are crafted again. Very nice. I need steel, I need iron. And more iron to craft the cargo wagon. There we go. Now you can go into the automatic mode. fixed. Okay. That thing is fixed. Let me also put all of the remaining uranium fuel cells that I crafted. Back into the power. Discharge defense. What if I just do like this many? I'm still running pretty fast, right? And the discharge defense, just 4 of them should be good enough. Maybe. So I need to find the oil. Another option is to maybe not be crafting the science. If I don't do the science, then maybe I'm not going to be doing that much oil. Not sure. We'll see. Since there is no really useful sciences right now. But I will have to wait for the buffers to fill to figure that out, right? Because right now... Yeah, 10,000. Maybe it's all the plastic for the red chips, actually. Yeah, because it's for sure because of the purple science. Yeah, this upgraded with electromagnetic plants would be really cool. So let's see at the taxi. I have 1,000 bullets, which is enough to go back and forth. For the electromagnetic plants, for 100 electromagnetic plants, I already have all the stone. So maybe I drive back and forth to Fulgora and back real quick. There are right now there... How many? Just 20 electromagnetic plants. I'll have to put the brick into this chest and then wait for a while. And come back later for more. I mean, yeah, I might just do that right now. Let me just see the blue chips. How many blue chips is it? 50? So I need for 100, I need 5,000, right? But I only have 1,000 there. Steel is the same, also needs 5,000. Okay, so I will want to drop more steel there, and that steel is here. Just waiting on the blue chips then. Okay, I'll wait a little longer. Alright, let's start pinning the oil then that I need to connect. I literally need to connect every single one that is visible then. This one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and this one, and that one. That. So like this way is everything inside of my currently captured area is going to be collected, right? So how much is it? Can I see the... let's see, 91%, 135%, so 200, 400, 600, 800, 1000, 1100, 1.3 thousand, 1.4, 1.5, 1.7, 1.9, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3 thousand percentage of the yield is what I have pinned so far. So 2.3 thousand is 230 oil a second, which is 230 times 60. It's 13,000 a minute. I'm not counting the speed bonuses here. How much am I using again? 20,000. So it's like, yeah. Combined with what I currently have, this is going to be exactly enough. Considering the speed bonuses, it will be more than enough, but then I expect at least some of those to run lower. Maybe like 50% of what I currently have. So instead of 13,000, I mean basically like 13,000 and then like speed module, but then the speed module is going to be cancelled because of them running down, and we're going to have exactly enough, right? Yeah, I need a lot of oil. That's a lot of work to do. Let's get to it, I guess. Let's pick the closest one. This one. And to craft pump jacks. Da 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 dum. I think I want this buffer to be bigger. It looks like for the pipes. I also definitely want to have more storage tanks. This much is probably enough. Okay. Da 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 da. Okay, pump jacks, I guess speed modules, beacons, and speed beacons. I'm running kind of low on power. Fixing the power once again is kind of something that I'm too lazy to do. I'll need more reactors, right? I mean, it's not too difficult to do like a couple more. Hello, Big Wasp. Let's first connect the things. I'll put the tank here too, by the way. Already wasn't Fulgora? Yes, but I'm going to come back there for more electromagnetic plants. I'm just going to wait for a couple more rockets to be sent. Like, I want to craft 100 electromagnetic plants ideally. Right now, I brought 20 on my first trip, And on like the trip that I'm going to do a little later today, I'm going to bring it 20 more, and then I want 100 more to be crafted for the third trip. These trips are right now expensive, so ideally I should have done 100 on just my first trip. But that's not what happened. Pumps, storage tanks, pipes, power poles, turrets, inserters. Yeah, because the oil must be defended. Speaking about the defenses, I don't think I looked at the usage of the bullets since I researched the damage 6, but it looks like that it was never going down really, so yeah. Okay. Oh wait, I'm going to use the substations actually for the oil instead of the power medium poles. That makes more sense, I think. Let's start using those. We have 400% destroyed. Yeah. Yeah, the maximum. The maximum you can do through the GUI, I guess. Technically, I think it's possible to do more asteroids, right? By editing the JSON of the map exchange string. But I have not reached that stage where I do those things yet. Ba-da-da-ba-da-dum. Gun shells. This rocket fuel. Doesn't everyone? Well, no, the default settings is 100%, not 400, right? Near shattered planet, maybe 10,000. Well, I mean, it still is going to be 400% from the default settings, even near the shattered planet. Roboports. I just noticed I need more of those. Which also means the repair packs. I do not have that much inventory space for everything that I am taking. Okay, we'll start with what I have. We'll start with what I have, and then I'll do more. Alright, take the closest one, this 90%. Sure. What is this? This line that is drawn is like drawn on top of the other trains, which makes it even more impossible to see the trains on the view. Like I actually need to step out of my personal train so that I can look at the map view and see what I'm blocked by. Hold on. Is there a mod in Factorio which makes the trains look bigger on map view so I can still see them on the zoomed out map? Probably not. There is not a mod that enlarges the vehicle icons dynamically. It's not even about the it's not even about the forgotten trains. It's the trains that are on the map. What if I get into modding? Maybe it's time for a third or fourth rail? Well, it's not going to fix the problem that of the trains being invisible on the map view, though, right? Is there anyone who is a modder in chat right now? If you think there is a API for like fixing this, I guess I can look it up myself, maybe. What would I need to do? Like you need to like basically on these views to render this icon. I guess for all of the trains. So on the map view, I need to like what iterate over all the trains in the map and draw them. With the scale independent of the current zoom. Right? I think that should be possible. Yeah, I know you are talking about waiting on the track. I didn't wait for too long. I don't think it's like that important. To fix my rails. Good enough. But I really want that mod to exist. So maybe I should look into modding myself. Updating the location every frame would be resource intensive. But you already do that. Right? Like, I'm imagining that the game is already doing it, because the trains, they are already being rendered on the screen. They just been rendered with a tiny icon. I just want the size of the icon to be changed. I mean, maybe it's been rendered in C++ instead of being in Lua. So, like, that would be working faster. Also, maybe you don't need to update the location every frame. But I mean, I have not seen the API for, like, what you would do, but I guess for rendering, like, if you want to render something, you need to iterate over it anyway. Right? Maybe I could iterate over the things. I don't know. I feel like for the trains, technically I only need to iterate over those which are in the view, in the map view, right? But there's probably not an optimization for that. Maybe. How long do you think it would take for me to write a mod like that? Do I do it on the stream? Yeah, all of them are visible on the map already. Yeah. I don't think it's like, it depends if they are exposing the API to increase the size though, which maybe they don't. Where is it? Where's the API docs? Mod portal. Oh, yeah. Oh, API docs on the top. And so I go into the runtime stage, I guess, because that's like the rendering stuff, right? I need to find all the trains. Get stopped train. Lua train. Alert types, entities. Can I get all the trains in the world? That's the first thing that I need to do, right? It's like a Lua Force because that's the game or something. No? Or like do you actually need to go over the entities? We just do Lua surface, find entities filtered, right? And then I filter the entities which have the type of a train. It sounds like an easy task. I mean, the most difficult thing about this task is just finding the correct API to do that, right? So I do, like, it depends if this is optimized enough. But I mean, that's why the reason for this to exist, I guess. So if I say that the type is a train, then I'm going to be able to see all of those entities. So then find entities filtered. And then I would do iterate over those, right? And then the entity itself is going to be a train. Lua entity train. The train this rolling stock belongs to, if any. No. Like, I literally want to find the train. Lua train. Oh, wait, there's Lua train manager. Get trains. Hold on, this is what I want, right? Get trains. Gets all the trains that pass given filter. So I need the train manager. The train manager manages all the trains in the game. So we can do this to perform some direct queries to the train manager. There's always exactly one train manager instance in a game. Singleton, we can do it by Lua game script train manager. This object is always valid and equal to any other instance. So I do get trains and the filter. And the filter, train filter, could be the surface, right? Which I'm currently looking at. Yeah, we can also like draw the manual trains separately with a different thing. Let me just search once again over here. Train rendering. Something that changes the rendering of the trains. No? No. I'm surprised. Okay. So I know how to find all of the trains, right? Let's do that. And then for the trains, we get the list of trains. And I can have for the train I want the position in the world, right? Is there no location? No position? If this train has a path, I don't care about the paths. Oh, maybe I need like the front stock and the back stock. Is the front stock and back stock swapped when I'm going backwards and stuff? Because yeah, because this is the entire train, right? The position only belongs to the like the locomotives. I guess I would want to. I kind of want to draw all the locomotives. What's a carriage? The rolling stocks this train is composed of, with the numbering starting from the front of the train. So carriages includes the locomotives and cargo wagons. and fluid wagons, right? So if I want to draw all of them, Lua render object, X scale, Y scale. Yeah, but like before I render, I need to figure out what to render first, right? Which is all the carriages and all of the trains. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Yeah. So this will like be a better, like, because it will draw the whole train, right? Carriages. This is the Lua entity, and the Lua entity will have the position. X coordinate. How do I find it? Inherits Lua control. Abstract base class functionality between Lua player and entities. No, I think I want the entity. The entity is the one that has the position, right? How do I get the position? There should be position and rotation, something like that, right? For the entity. Rotation. There is rotate. 1 second. There's a delivery. I'll need to open the door in a second. Is it not a property on the Lua entity, the position? Entities are everything that exists on the map, except for tiles, right? Which means that it should have position. Why can I not find it? What if I search for position? Okay, Lua control actually has position. The current position of the entity. But that's in the Lua control, not in the Lua entity, of course. Makes total sense, right? Okay, so there is position, and then there is render position too, by the way. The current render position of the entity. What's the render position? Map position. Is it the position on the screen? In what, like, coordinate system is this render position? And, like, why is this different? Coordinates on the surface, and for example, of an entity. Yes. Why would the position and render position be different? What do you want to do? I want to render all the trains so that they are visible on the map when I zoom out. You know? How do you start making a mod? Is there like a a template or something? Mod portal. My mod. Submit mod. Select a zipped mod to unload. Category. License. Source code. Hold liable. Factorio. Mod template. Is there such a thing? Basic mod template. This one. Semantic release. Oh, that's too low. That's too much. There's scale with zoom on lower render object. Do you think I can just change it instead of like rendering on top of the existing rendering? Because like, yeah. And to figure out when the trains are rendered. You can link. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Do the link. There's a tutorial on the wiki, right? Creation of the directory structure. The game expects the mod to be laid out in a certain way. Mod structure. Lua API. There we go. Files. Inside the mod folder, the only mandatory file identifies the mod. Info.json. All right, let's go. Make directory. Okay. Visible trains. Info.json. Okay. Name is going to be visible trains. Version 0.1. Is there does it have to be 3 numbers here? Title, visible trains, author, Gooey Boy, Factorio version 2.0, dependencies. We don't have any dependencies. Vibe coded? Nah. That's not how you learn how to do things. It's going to take a little longer, I guess, because I never done this before, but it's fine. Maybe I'll do another mod in the future, because now I will know how to do it. Homepage. There's also a homepage. Is that the link to the source? Or not? I guess I will want to actually a GitHub repo create. Hold on. Git init. Okay. Streamers aren't real. This is AI coding. All right, yes, I am the AI. Okay. So we have the info log, then we have the change log, the version history of the mod to be shown in the mod browser. The mod must follow strict formatting requirements. The line must be 99 dashes exactly. Why is the change log necessary? Okay, example change log. Do I need to do a change log if there is no changes? Or should I like do version 010 with the date? Is this space mandatory? That's a little weird. What is today? 20/06/2026. Features. initial implementation. Okay, next file. A thumbnail PNG. Oh no, a thumbnail PNG. That's the difficult one. What's the dimensions of it? 144 by 144. I'll draw a train for you guys. Look at this. Is that how you do a train? Looks like a car or something. I don't know. I'm not very good at drawing. Maybe we'll do a better version later. Wait, where's the Factorio? Is it not here? Oh, there it is. Thumbnail PNG. It says info JSON is the only mandatory file. Oh wait, did it? Does it? Okay. Settings Lua is for the configuration options. Settings updates, settings final fixes, data Lua to define prototypes, data updates to the data lifecycle, control Lua for the runtime scripting. So I need the runtime scripting. So I need control Lua file to exist, right? Okay, so changelog I'm going to remove then. And then I do control.lua. All right. Runtime scripting. What's the example, right? Allows rendering of geometric shapes. That's the global object. So, so when do I want like to hook the thing? Right? Don't I need to like define a function or something which is going to be called, or is control Lua called every tick? During the runtime stage, the game fires events for mods to react to, right? Events. On draw. Isn't there an event? Like I want it to be called when I want to draw the map view, right? So what do I do? Here. On UDP packet received, you can even do that, really? On tick. Is that an event? On tick. It's fired once every tick. But I don't want every tick, right? I want on frame or something. Is there on frame? There is no on frame. But I mean, ticks and frames are the same thing in Factorio, right? No, actually they are not, right? Because you can like go higher UPS than FPS in this game, technically. Not the other way, though. So, can you hook into rendering specifically? Maybe not. Can I like hook into... I guess maybe I need to like figure out if the map view is opened. But I mean, also, there are potentially multiple map views which can be opened at the same time. Isn't there? Like, because when you like hover on a pin, it shows the mini preview. Do you not hook into that? Do you always like say what should be rendered in general on the map without knowing what is actually be like... I feel like there should be a way, right? Because otherwise it would not be very optimized. This says on GUI opened. Which GUI? I guess like those extra windows for the map view and everything is separate. Maybe I just render it always, right? Yeah, let's do on tick. So how do I do this exactly? Is there an example here of how do I hook to every tick? Modin tutorial. Control Lua. Script on event. There we go. Script on event. Defined events on tick. Function event. Local player. Game player. Create entity. Fire flame. If we have the fire armor in the character inventory. No, that's not what I want. So we want, once again, to go to the train manager. Game script. Lua game script is like the game object, I'm guessing, right? Yeah, it's named game. So we just say something like train manager. This game. Train manager is just a property. Right? And then we get trains. Train manager, get trains. And over here we have a filter. Filter. Everything is optional. So let's just not do a filter. Let's do all the trains. How do you do a loop? Is there a for loop in Lua? Lua for loop. Lua iterate over list. Is there such a thing? You have to do I pairs still. Can you do it? Yeah, and then you do underscore. Sure. For underscore train in. Is it in? Yes. So we do in I pairs. Do end. Yeah. Does this actually create a temporary object instead of having the... Yeah, anyway. I'm not going to worry about the performance here, I think, too much. But, like, this looks like the Factorio API is like this, which returns the array instead of having some iterator-like API. Right? It's probably fine. Maybe it can be optimized by LuaJIT or something. I don't know. Okay, and then I will have the train. Lua train, right? And then I have the train rolling stocks, carriages, right? So I do for carriage in I pairs train carriages. Not done end. And then for every carriage, we have the Lua entity. So, and now how do I render it, right? There is a render position, the current render position of the entity. So, like, it's like it is a little weird, right? So we have the carriage itself, right, like the locomotive or whatever, and it has been rendered multiple times, right? Once in the map view and once in the actual game. So I mean, this render position is, or is there like a separate icon or something for the map view? the name tag of this entity. Get a map position related to a position on a transport line. Now, can I change like the render scale or something? Someone said that there is X scale Lua render object, but do I have a Lua render object on the entity? No. Lua render object. A reference to a single Lua rendering object, right? So that's when I need to render something. Let's see. Render mode. Whether this object is rendered in the game world or on the chart map view, right? So yeah, basically this, right? So I need to have I imagine that everything in the game has two render objects associated with it, one for the game view and one for the chart, right? Which is a map. So how do I figure out the thing that is in the map, which is associated with an entity? Render. There's a render position. Maybe it's there's also the Lua entity, which extends the Lua control. Is there something about the render here? Lua control also has the render position. In addition to Lua entity having the Lua position, render position. Factorio Lua API render object associated with entity. Is there such a thing? Or is there like part of the Lua rendering itself allows rendering? And this has a method to get object by ID. Hello, Raymarch. Strange is a Koovy boy stream, but I see API docs on screen. Yeah, I just finally got too annoyed, and there is no mod in Factorio, or at least I cannot find it that fixes the thing. Draw line, draw sprite, draw animation. This is too low level, I guess, right? Get object by ID. For a given object ID, do I have like... Yeah, I don't know. Okay, is there a Factorio mod? Increase visual size of entity. To increase the visual size, adjust the Lua code, Lua prototype, custom scaling. No, I don't want it in the pro. Yeah, so that's in the prototype. So this would be in a different stage then that I would do. Okay, maybe I can do something about it. The sprite that represents the vehicle on the map, mini-map. Yes, but I cannot change the scaling on here, right? So if I cannot change the scaling on here, then I need to render the things on top, I assume. Right? Because this doesn't... So this is the vehicle prototype. Minimap representation. This is a minimap. But it also is about the map too. Okay. Selected and minimap representation. I see. So there's like different ones. Or is that part of the sprite? Actually, hold on. Like, if it's selected, then it's actually zoomed out. So maybe it's part of the sprite where it does not scale. Size, sprite size type. In 16. Or sprite size type, sprite size type. Okay, so either a size or a width height. Sprite parameters, priority, flags, sprite flags. Maybe it's part of the flags? Decal, smoke, scale. No scale. This thing, which has no documentation on it, of course, right? Maybe this is what I need. Maybe I just need to change the prototype to not have the scale, right? So then I don't do the control Lua, right? This can be, let's just comment this out. So I need a different stage. This is the prototype stage, right? Prototype creation. I need data Lua. Why aren't you writing it in cast and cast generates the Lua automatically? Because cast is not ready yet. Unfortunately. So data Lua is just a script that runs one time, right? So this adds the fire armor, but I don't need to do that. This extends the data. What I need instead. So data extend. Okay, we're almost there. So I need the vehicle prototype. Factorio. How do I go back to the not runtime prototype stage? Data is the data. So I can extend. Or I can have a raw. Is that what I need? I need to like find the raw for the locomotive. Is that right? This will give me the any prototype, which is a union. Which will give me the vehicle prototype. Is there a train? No, I guess train is just literally the vehicles. I'm going to assume, right? And how do I find the one which is a thing? I guess it's the locomotives, right? Wiki Factorio. I just need to find the locomotive. Which is probably just named locomotive. Prototype type is just locomotive, right? There you go. Oh wait, there is a dedicated locomotive prototype, which inherits from the vehicle prototype, right? Which is the rolling stock prototype. Okay. Wait, can I figure out if something is the rolling stock prototype? Is there such a check that I can do so that I can like do it for all of the modded trains too? Because this is just a regular locomotive, right? From vanilla. So I need to say data raw, and then I need to get there the locomotive. And then this thing is something that I need to modify, right? So this dot minimap representation dot flags this is an array, and I need to add to an array. Lua append to array. Is there such a thing? Table insert. Table insert. This. I need to insert something called no scale. Right? Minimap representation dot scale. No, scale is a double. Values other than 1 specify the scale of the on the default zoom. I need to do the no scale. This scale can like basically is going to determine how big it is, right? Which maybe I will need to do this too. But I need to make sure that it doesn't scale with the zooming, right? Because that's what the no scale does. I'm going to assume because there is no docs. Let's see if this works. It says fail to load mode, minimap representation and nil value. What's a nil value exactly? The thing which I'm trying to get the field of, which means that data raw locomotive is nil, right? Let's see again. Data raw is a dictionary from string. Oh, it's a dictionary from string into a dictionary into string. Hold on, wait, how does this work again? A dictionary of prototype types to values that themselves are dictionary of prototype names to specific prototypes. Data raw, container, wooden chest. Okay, so there is, what does this mean? What does this mean? So I have locomotive maybe? Because there is a prototype called locomotive, right? And then the internal name is locomotive, right? So prototype locomotive, and then the name of the specific thing is locomotive, which I guess means that like to like modify all the locomotives, I need to basically do like for locomotive in I pairs of the data raw locomotive. So this will give me all of the modded locomotives too then, right? And then I do the table insert into the locomotive minimap representation. So I don't care about the name of the locomotive, which would be here, right? Locomotive name. Let's see if that works. Pairs, not iPairs? Is iPairs? iPairs is for indexing, right? It seems like it is loading though. Maybe iPairs still work? What is Lua pairs versus iPairs? Pairs iterates over all elements of a table, keys and values in arbitrary order, while iPairs iterates exclusively over numeric indices. Right, which means that I did not do anything because these are not numeric indices. Right, so this probably did not do anything. First try, easy. Let's see. Am I even allowed to modify the prototypes? Is this like a mutable object which I can change like that? Even? Looks like it did not change much. What do you want to achieve even? I want on the zoomed out. So like you see how if I select this train over here, if I zoom out, I still see it, right? So I want this to be seen even on those which are not selected. Right? The selected one is not scaling with zoom, but that is already the case. That was already the case. We're close. Locomotive, minimap representation flag. I mean, this did not crash. Can I like log something here? Maybe it's minimap logic and not train prototype logic. I don't know. Can I log this thing? Can I print something? Game print. Can I print something in the prototype stage though? Is there a data print? No. Factorio mod debug log in prototype stage. There's just log. Is that right? Can I just do log? Locomotive. Locomotive name. How do you append the strings? It's like a dot, right? I think in Lua. Okay. Updating this. Let's try that. No, it's not a dot. What is it? Lua string concatenation. It's a dot dot. I was close. In function log, bed argument number 5 for log, string expected got table. Okay, so log expects actually a string. Right? Log. Can I log an object? Lua log object. Factorio mod. I mean, dot dot only works with strings, I'm assuming, right? So this will not work. Probably. Attempt to concatenate local locomotive at table value. Factorio standard library probably defines table to string. Factorio mod table to string. I mean, serpent block. That's the thing, right? Serpent block. Serpent block. I guess that's the thing. Yeah. Okay, so then we do the current log. So there you go, right? I was updating the locomotive, right? That's my current locomotive. We have air resistance. We are looking at what? Backlight, color. Da-dum. Resistances. Selected minimap representation just has... Oh, by the way, selected minimap representation just has the flags, which is an icon. So it doesn't have the no scale. Maybe that's the flag that I should do? Is this sorted alphabetically? It is, right? And then the minimap representation is also icon. Wait, what? So minimap representation and selected minimap representation is actually the same, right? This is locomotive minimap representation, PNG. Scale 0.5, size 2040. And then the selected minimap representation, scale 0.5, size 2040. Is it hard-coded? Selected minimap representation is actually handled differently because it's not scaled? That's annoying. Which means that I actually need to render on top of existing rendering because I cannot change the built-in rendering? Is that right? Because selected minimap representation and minimap representation are literally the same. Let's try the custom thing. This actually doesn't work. Okay, let's have this a comment here. So we go into the control Lua then, and we do this thing where on every tick we get all of the trains and we go over all of the carriages, and this is where I need to actually render something. So let's see, how do I render again? So I go back into the runtime stage and I have the Lua rendering, and I draw a sprite where sprite, this is the sprite path, which is a string, orientation, player, script render target, Lua entity map position. X scale, Y scale, orientation. The center of the sprite, script render target. So I guess the target can be an entity. So I just render on top of the entity itself. That's the one of the things. Then the surface identification. That will be the index of the surface. Novus has index 1. So yeah, I will want it to be rendered on the current. We can start with 1 though. Let's see. I just say rendering dot draw sprite. Right, and I say target is carriage, right? And surface let's do 1 for now to do. And then I need the sprite path, which I can take from the prototype probably, right? Sprite is... Wait, but does it say whether I need to draw it on the map view? Render mode, right? And by default it's game, right? So I need to say render mode is chart. And sprite is going to be the sprite path. Can I find the sprite path of the current entity? Low entity prototype. Yeah, Lua entity has the prototype, which is Lua entity prototype. sprite is carriage dot prototype dot mini map representation. Oh my god. Prototype base. Vehicle. I'm looking at the runtime docs. Is the prototype at the runtime docs different API? The fact that I cannot search all of the things, but I'm only searching through the runtime docs is also kind of a little annoying. Minimap representation. Sprite. Dot file name. Is that what I want? Lowest steps for the APIs to get 90 editor completion. Yeah. Ideally, I would prefer something that is not a dynamically typed language. But have the actual types, like they have the types specified in the API, but Lua itself is not a typed language, which makes it more difficult. I heard there is a thing though, but I don't know if I have not seen it, which allows you to have those editor completions. I'm not going to look for it right now though. What do? I restart the game. Has it been an hour yet? I probably want like the scale there too or something. And when I do the rendering every tick, I guess the sprite should have like the order of the sprites is determined by the priority or something. If I was to guess, right, from like the rendering sprite, yeah, it has render layer, defaults to arrow, which is like on top of everything, right? Get player. Bet argument of number 2 of 2 to get player. Wait, what? Get player? This, wait, what? This is something that I got copied from the thing, but I guess it was a different event. So this event does not have the player index. Right. I don't need a player here. Is there a button to restart the game? Like when the error happens, but like over here somehow? It would be nice. Maybe like testing it on the vanilla Factorio without space age would be better because because that would load faster. I actually have to restart the game every time because there's going to be a lot of errors because Lua is dynamically typed, so like the chances of me having a runtime error are like basically 100%, unless I guess correctly. Lua entity prototype does not contain the key minimap representation. Okay. So what am I supposed to do here, right? I'm getting the carriage prototype, which is the... Okay, so I guess it is different. It's not the prototype stage, it's the runtime stage, or whatever. So now I have the entity, which has the prototype, which is a Lua entity prototype. And can I get the prototype from the prototype stage to know, like, the icon that into render? Or is this like a completely different thing? Factorio mod get prototype from prototype stage in runtime stage. Is that possible? You can retrieve prototype data from the prototype stage during the runtime stage using global prototypes object. While data row is not accessible, the engine explores read-only objects to query templates. Right. Sprite path, entity locomotive. No, I mean I can hard code it, but like especially with modded trains, if they like make their own icon for it, then I want to reuse the icon that the other mod is setting for it, right? Which is supposed to be set in the prototype. So like I'm getting from the Lua entity the reference to the prototype, which is not the vehicle prototype, which was like originally there, but it's like a different object done completely differently. So how do I get the reference to the original one? I guess the maybe the Lua prototype, Lua entity prototype still has a name maybe. Do I have a name of a prototype? Can I? Yeah, yeah. There is a name and a type of this prototype, right? So type name, and this is how I can get the concrete prototype. And then I need to get, if this is correct, then we have the global prototypes object at the runtime stage. How do I go back to the... Oh, I guess that's this, right? Yeah, I have the prototypes, allows read-only access to prototypes. So I have prototypes. Provide read-only access to prototypes. Accessible through the global object named prototypes. Members. Okay, and this is now a named one. So in this prototype, I have what? Vehicle? No? What is this? Like, in which section would be the locomotive? Custom event. Achievement. Fuel category. Ammo. Technology recipe. I mean, I guess it's entity. Right? Because it's an entity. So I want the entity. A dictionary containing every Lua prototype indexed by name. Lua entity prototype. Is it a vehicle prototype? A vehicle prototype? This is all very confusing. I'm guessing it's in the entities, right? Lua entity prototype is like the raw one? Okay. Lua prototype base. Like, how do I know which things like inherit this or extend this? This is the abstract one. This one is not the abstract one. Are you sure? Because like it does not look like this. Because this is still the Lua entity prototype from the runtime stage, not the one from the prototype stage. This is just type spaghetti. That's what it looks like. This is maybe like the same thing that I got back already over here. Like this prototype is already the thing that I have, which is of type Lua entity prototype. So I would just get the same thing back is what I'm assuming here. So what can I get from the prototype? Turret range, map color. Is there like a mini map? Sprite, render. Draw cargo. Yeah, everything, like, there is literally a god object here with everything in it, right? So I'm assuming it's just like one of these fields that I need to look at, maybe. So this is the Lua entity prototype, and it should have something about the rendering. Maybe. Or maybe not. There's a map color. So that's already something. Factorio mod, how to get sprite needed for rendering entity at runtime stage. Let's see this. Entity, my entity name? No, that's not how you're supposed to do that. There's no way. Okay, you know what? You know what? We're going to hard code it because this is annoying. I guess. This is how you're supposed to do it? I'm supposed to hard code it? There's no way, like, because, like, once again, how would it work with modded trains then? What is it supposed to be like? Data? Base? Graphics? Icons? Locomotive? PNG? Is that the one? No, that's a different one. Wait, do I still have the logging? Over here, I do. So we just find it in the log. I need the minimap representation. This is the one. Okay, let's say that sprite is this. Right? That's how we do it. Is there let's see, rendering. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Runtime rendering draw sprite. Can I do the scale? X scale, Y scale. Defaults to 1. Okay, let's say over here that X scale is 10 and Y scale is 10. This way we will know, right? I think. If only there was a way to not wait 10 minutes for it to load. Boom, boom, boom. Load. Continue. And it's going to break, right? Of course. Draw sprite. Unknown type base. Wait, what? Unknown type base? Okay, so this is something different, actually. I did not guess correctly still. Okay, so sprite is drop base and graphics part. I just need to do entity because this is already like prefixed. Is that right? Is this even documented? Sprite path. It can be either the name of a sprite prototype or a path in a form type / name or type.name. Oh, wait. So do I do sprite is then just carriage prototype name? Maybe that's what I do? Because just the name of the thing defined in the data stage, and that would be like the locomotive for me right now. Okay. That makes a little bit of sense. Entity slash name, that's like the other option that you can do. But it doesn't have to be like, right? It says either this or that. Click on supported types. There is no supported types here. I mean, the type is a string. Oh, this is actually saying it, right? The supported types. This is the type, right? There we go. Yeah. I think it's going to work. First try, easy. No. Missing specification of sprite with name locomotive. Okay. Yeah, because it's not a sprite prototype. Right, I got it. Because we don't have a sprite prototype. We have a vehicle prototype. So I need an actual entity. Okay, got it. Got it. Can I, like... Can I do, though, some, like, carriage... Can I do, like, carriage prototype type dot slash dot this, right? Which is going to be the entity, right? Then I'm assuming. Let's try again. Because there's not a vehicle, right? It must be the entity, basically. Yeah. I'm assuming that this carriage prototype type is the entity. Lua entity prototype. Was it name? Yeah. Type of the prototype is supposed to be entity, I'm assuming. That Hyperland? It's Hyperland, yes. Unknown type locomotive. Oh, wait, hold on. The type is a locomotive. Okay, so it's different. Okay, fine, let's try entity here again. Okay, now this time for sure it's going to be correct. Right? Did anyone already vibe code the same thing that I'm trying to do in the background? Or not? Oh, look! Look at this. Okay. So it kind of works, but I think it's a different icon that I want. Yeah, because it's not like the minimap representation, but it's a different icon. Okay. I'm also thinking that this dropped the FPS, actually. That's what it feels like here. That the FPS is dropped. Yeah, the FPS is now 30. So... A worthy sacrifice? I don't even have that many trains. So adding something to render... How many trains do I have? There is no way. I only have 50 trains. There is no way it's that slow to do that. I probably want to, like, only... Maybe if I only draw, like, the front one, is that going to be faster? But still, this is, like... I mean, all my trains are 1-1, so it would be, like, I'm drawing, like, 100 sprites. Is it really that slow? Yeah. I see now why this mod doesn't exist. Maybe. Maybe I should be able to like create a thing which is rendered in the view. Also, are there like other things that like? Let's first fix the rendering. I'm rendering a sprite. I mean, I guess I can render instead of a sprite something else like polygon, rectangle, circle there. Do 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 do. So I'm rendering it in the chart, but can I render it with the scale? Wait, is there like no way to render something which would be independent of the scale, similar to how the to how the pins are rendered and how the selected train is rendered? This is literally the hard-coded thing into the game. I guess I should like change the scale to be dependent on the current zoom level then. Time to live in ticks defaults to living forever. What does this mean? If it defaults to living forever, is that why my FPS is dropping? Because I'm drawing something every tick, and every tick, everything that I draw lives forever? What does it mean, lives forever? But it's moving, right? I'm not seeing the old icons. So it does not live forever. So this is wrong. Or am I reading this wrong? Render layer. That's okay. Orientation target. If given, the sprite rotates so that it faces this target. Use target orientation. Only use if orientation target is a Lua entity. This naming is bad. I would assume that this means that this target's orientation is what should be used. But this is only about the position, right? So I'm not rotating my sprites. But yeah, whatever. How do I not scale it? What if I create a new sprite? Hold on, let's see the sprite prototype. So there would be a sprite, which we would create in the data stage. The size, width, height, position. Is this one the one that has flags? Flags. Only loaded is layers. Is not defined. Sprite flags. No scale. What does no scale flag mean in Factorio Lua API? Nothing. AI gave up on this. Documentation is non-existent. Oh, wait, hold on. What is this? Linear minification. Linear magnification. No, this is for the, like, how it's rendered, the texture. Yeah, I understand that. That's different. Smoke, shadow, light. This flag will internally set these flags. No crop, no scale, MIP map, linear minification, icon. So no scale is actually already set for the things which have the icon, by the way. So the fact that I was adding the no scale previously did not make sense. Maybe I still need to do the same as, like, as I was doing. Maybe it should not be the icon though. Group is icon. Group is icon is something different. Okay, let's comment this out again. Let's go to the data Lua. And let's say that... How about this? I just say that locomotive minimap representation flags is empty table, right? How about this? Let's just see the default behavior then. Because I was adding the no scale, but it was already present because of the icon flag was already present here. So what if I get rid of all of the flags? It probably doesn't work like that. There's also linear magnification. No. It's probably like the minification and magnification filtering, which is like when you render a texture on the screen, how it should be rendered. Like, it's part of the graphics APIs in general. It's not about scaling of the icon. This should be shown on Kuviman. I don't know. It still is the same. By the way, just to confirm, right now I have 60 UPS, yes. So the other rendering method was doing a lot of something, weirdly. Well, I mean, it's not part of this, right? Because the selected one and not selected one is rendered differently always. This is so annoying. Okay, how can I figure out the current zoom level? Factorio current zoom level of the map view. Lua API. Is it the game player zoom? Game player zoom. Runtime game player zoom. The current player controller zoom level. Going to divide by gay player zoom. Let's try that. And then I need to like figure out if there is a way to fix the FPS too. But yeah, I don't know. One thing that I don't need to draw all the carriages, I can only draw the front, but it's still... Make it render every X ticks instead of every tick. Yeah, we can do that, maybe. Attempt to index field player and nil value. Wait, what? Are you saying that there is no game? What do you mean? Player is annullable. This property is only populated inside the custom command handlers. Got it. So how do I figure out the current player then? This is on tick. Maybe I need a different event too, by the way. I don't need on tick, right? So what are the events? On tick. And then we just have a tick. Yeah, I can like do the rendering only every certain amount of ticks. For sure. I don't see the other event. Okay. You need to tick because the train moves. Does the trains move? Yeah. Yeah, but like if they like update every 1 second, it would be fine. Right? Because it will still allow me to see the trains on the map, which is the important part of it. And figure out the player. So I guess it's like any player. Any player. Players. Lua player. I just do any player, literally, right? Local player is game players 1. Because it's 1-based indexing in Lua, right? Maybe there's on entity moved, so that I can update the rendering. I don't know, it still is like the weird part of it is that I'm only rendering 100 sprites and it drops the FPS significantly, which is... I don't know, is it the Lua that has this much overhead? It's not the rendering itself, right? Okay, look at this. The trees are visible. The trains are visible. Oh, wait. No. No. It is. It is the issue. It is the issue. I need... Yes, it is actually leaving forever. The reason why I don't see them leaving forever, this is going to be fixed. It's going to be perfect, I'm telling you. Look at this. So, the reason we don't see the problem of them leaving forever over here, when I'm doing the rendering of the sprite, right? By default, the sprite just lives forever. And the reason why I don't see the sprites like in the old positions is because I'm setting the target to be the entity. So it lives forever and it moves with the thing, which technically also means that I only need to render it once and I don't need to render it every tick, by the way. The only issue is that I want to update the scale of it whenever the player zooms out, right? So, yeah. Let's for now, though, say that time to live. Let's just say that time to live is 1, right? Yeah, it makes sense now. So now I can actually respond to the event that the train was constructed. Because only when the train is constructed, I'm going to add the sprite to the train, right? And then I just need to update the sprite zoom whenever we zoom out, which I guess can be checked every tick. If the zoom changed, then I'm going to update all of the trains and all of their sprites. That makes sense. So that would be the perfect solution for the performance. There you go. Look at this. We have all of the UPSs. And as you can see now, the trains are all visible. So I just changed the icon a little bit, maybe. I think this is a good enough size, right? I don't even do anything about it. I kind of want like the locomotives. I guess it's always the cargo wagons behind, because I'm going from the front to the back of the train. So if I iterate it in the reverse order, then the ordering is going to be fine. Technically, I don't even mind this icon that I'm rendering. I don't mind this icon that I'm rendering too much. Can you see different train colors too? I mean, I guess I can do the code for it, but I'm not setting the things. Is the train color part of the group, by the way? Use destination train stop color. Yeah, like this is the iron ore, for example. Let's make it blue. Does it make all of the iron ore trains to be blue? No. Yeah, I can add tint. So I can do that, technically. It does not make all of the iron ore trains blue. Which is annoying. I mean, we can use the destination train stop color. But can I make the destination train stop color? Like if this is the copper ore. Let's say that this is the copper ore, it's yellow. Does it make all of the other copper ores yellow too? No, it doesn't. The colors are not saved in the groups of whatever. Annoying. Okay. Okay, what do we change the icon to? Let's see. So the other fixes are performance fixes, which I might ignore for now. Because, yeah, this is fine. You need to change in group, I think. But I am already, like, you edit the group in the current train anyway. There is no dedicated thing for the group, I think, right? How do you iterate in reverse? Lua, iterate reverse. How to iterate in the from the end? Reversed I pairs. My table, a 1 minus 1. That's what they say. For I is train carriages 1 minus 1. Carriage is train carriages I. Down, down. Let's do a to do here. To do instead of drawing every tick, would add a sprite when train spawns, and then update zoom scale when zoom level changes. Would help performance, maybe. Right, but right now we're not in the performance bottleneck, so I'm not going to do that. Just takes time for no reason. Is this all then? For now this is all. Submit a mod. We need to zip it first. Hold on. How do you zip the mod? Zip git repository without .git. Git archive. There is actually a thing like that. Did you guys know? Visible trains. Do 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 do. Factorio. Why do I need to update the description if it's already technically inside of the mod? I thought the description is already set there. What is it, like tweaks? MIT. Unlicensed. Whatever, MIT. Do 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 do. Trains. Makes trains visible on zoomed out map. Oh, it's a gallery. It's not a thumbnail. We need a gallery, so we need a screenshot of this, right? I don't think I have the screenshot button set up. But I have the tools installed for it. Doo-doo. Mm, mm. There we go. We have a screenshot now. Source code. GitHub. Coolman. Factorio. Visible trains. Submit. Your mod zip has the wrong structure. Mod files, including info.json, must be in a directory. The mod should not be working. Wait, what? You need a zipped mod, which like is a folder inside, right? Okay, got it. So it's not the Git archive then. And to literally zip this folder. Meant to zip it without the Git. This is annoying. Git create archive with folder and root. Maybe the same command can be the same. Oh yeah, we have prefix. There we go. We just do like this. Git archive prefix is going to be visible trains, and then we do the archive like that. Submit. There we go. And here's the source code. I'll add the readme later too. If anyone wants to try if it works for you. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, good enough. Better than nothing, basically. Better than nothing. Load back. Now we can play the game again. I think it took more than an hour, right? An hour and a half. Okay, and what I was doing is connecting the new oil, right? It would be nice if they were doing the same thing on the minimap, by the way, too. Can I make these sprites? So this is the chart view. but you don't see this on the minimap. Minimap is pretty zoomed out, and the trains are not visible there either, right? This train is standing right here. You cannot see it on the minimap. Is that something that I could do too? Look at all these trains. Beautiful. All right. Yeah, there is improvements that can happen. Maybe I'll do that at some point. I don't have the oil station blueprinted, by the way, I think. That's a very simple one, though. Wait, this one is never picked up because the wire is not even connected here. There we go. Now the train is on the way. This was never picked up. Works fine using 1-2 trains and double-headed, etc. Yeah, nice. Like I said, I would probably improve it, but I just don't want to spend more time on it right now. Maybe we can do a little bit of the improvement of that mod every time I play this, because I will want this to be improved probably. Like changing this to a different icon and like actually rotating the trains is not something like super important, but like actually using this thing would be nice, right? We can draw this with like a polygon tool or something. Maybe. Anyway. Let's do the unloading of... Wait, did I not copy the station? I did not. You know what? I'm just going to build it from scratch here. Let's say over here. Right. Yeah. I need a pump. Or do I do a... I mean, 3 pumps is fine. Then we do 1, 2, 3. It's going to be crude oil load, which is enabled if crude oil is more than 50,000. That's the whole thing that I need to do. Use single icons for the train group name. Would be nice to show that. Oh yeah, having the group. Yes, I like this idea. I do have the groups, and this could be shown there, right? This group name. I don't use a single icon. I could, but the reason I do show the name here is because this makes the groups also alphabetically sorted, because the icons themselves are not sorted alphabetically. It makes it easier to search for the specific thing. Locomotive icon plus or behind it. Yeah, I could see like the items inside maybe. So instead of the cargo wagon, I can show the icon of the item inside. If there is something. Bullets. If you want, you can write down all the ideas in the... there's the GitHub repository, right? I would probably do it in the issues there. Write down all the ideas that we have. Why is this train not there? Okay, it's wait, where's the other train? Hold on, where's my other train? Train with the stop 1. You know what this means? Do you guys know what this means? It means that I actually lost a train full of bullets. I lost... Is this train full? That's the one, right? Over here. I think. No, it's not the one. This wall support train is carrying 4,000 bullets, and I lost it. Is that expensive? Maybe at this point it's not that expensive, but yeah. Not ideal situation. You mean the train lost its cargo wagon? The whole train? Probably the whole train is missing because the biters killed it basically. Is what happened. It's fine. I still have the bullets. There we go. Now I can just connect that. I can do more beacons. If it affects multiple one, I'm too lazy to do the beacon for a singular one. Maybe. Should I? Should I just do like that? Maybe it's fine. All right, let's hope that the bullets are delivered here before. One of the other things, by the way, if we want, you know what? You know, like, there are the things like tanks and the other things which are also invisible on the map on the zoomed out level. Imagine if you could actually see this too. Seeing the tank. There are the mods to like find the vehicle, but none of them make it visible on the map, right? Maybe. Like, that way you would be able to see the Spidertrons too. When they are doing something automatic. Maybe. There's a mod where the hell is my car? Is it doing like the same thing though? Where? Where's my body? Where's my body? Where did I put my landmine? There's the locator button, which is like making it you find it. But that's on a button click, right? Which is different. Where the hell? Is it literally called like that? Where car? No. Maybe it was in 1.0. Yeah, I don't know. I remember this one, the locator. The locator is something that I do remember. But once again, it works on a button. Instead of them being visible all the time. Do, 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 do. I needed to do another wagon. For another wall support train. This is supposed to be filtered with the bullets. Go. There's 3 stations which are requesting bullets right now, so hopefully it's not too bad. I forgot the radar here, by the way, and the roboport. Let's go back. Yeah, see, like, now it is possible to see what I'm being blocked on. What am I waiting for right now, right? It's a lot easier to debug the traffic. So right now I'm waiting for this guy, which is waiting for those guys. So there is a lot of trains going this way, right? Literally a lot of trains going this way. So these are all the iron ore trains, I guess, right? Yeah, 6 trains coming this way. Maybe just more doubling needs to happen. This is so good. I should have made this mod like a long time ago. Have you heard of parallel rails? Yeah. Like, there is a reason I'm not doing it though everywhere, right? Once again, this over here is the parallel rail, right? And guess what? All of the trains that died in this playthrough, they died over here because they are inside of the pollution cloud. I don't want the parallel rail on the pollution cloud. So For example, over here, I'm doing the oil. This over here should not be doubled. Right? I could do more. But I should not do it inside of the pollution cloud, because that puts the trains in a risky situation. What did I want to do here? Oh, I don't even have the radar. Okay, I have the roadport though. That's good enough. That should last for a while. And this gives the vision the roboport for a little bit. All right. We'll go for more oil. Let's get this one over there. Let's do that. If for some reason my FPS drops, because eventually maybe in this world we will have a problem. I'm actually surprised that when I was adding these sprites forever, then it means that it's like really good performance-wise, actually. Because I was adding a new sprite every frame and it was only dropping to 30 FPSs. Even though I was like literally drawing like almost billions of them. Yeah. One of the issue right now, by the way, is if I go to Vulcanus. Oh, wait, no, it does not. Oh, wait, no. I think what's going to happen is if I do the train on Vulcanus, I'm going to see it on the Novice map, right? Because I'm drawing them on the surfaces. Someone can check if you have that. Yeah, I need to take the surface from the entity. That should be like an easy fix. Let's actually do a trip to Folgora. I think I should be ready after I connect this oil. Thanks for the follow. Hello, Tempest Jungle. Welcome. The train is not coming. Hold on. Okay, yeah. We have traffic. Look at all that traffic there. You know what else? Hold on. You know what else I really want? I think I need to do another thing to the mod. You see how the if I allow the electric networks, then the electric network is still visible when I zoom out. I want the same for the rails. That's another thing. Because when I zoom out, I see the trains, sure. But seeing the rail network would also be a good idea. Make rails visible. 2. Alright. Making rails visible. I think this is something that we do at one time. That's something that we don't do on every tick. So I think it should be fine. Fix multiple planets is another thing that I will need to do. Right. Improve performance by only updating, but only creating a sprite once for every train, and only updating zoom scale when needed. And okay, I'll write down something else if I remember. Just read the rules and settings. Are you mad? Something like that? I don't know. Would you call the people who are doing mega bases mad? You probably do mega basing yourself. And you're asking me if I'm mad. It's the same thing, I think. Like, I don't see much difference. It's just a little slower early game. But I do that because I enjoy the early game of Factorio more than the late game. Roboport. Robots. And to give them the repair packs. For sure. Need to move the Roboport a little bit. Because I need the beacons. Whatever. This is good enough. And auto speed modules too. Okay. And to get more speed modules. And repair packs. That's all. You know what? Maybe visible rails could be a separate mod. This one is called visible trains after all, right? speed and repair packs. I'll get all. Actually, I was going to go to Fulgora first. Maybe I'll upgrade the purple science and then keep doing it then. I'll just deliver the things here. Let's take a look at the taxi. Yeah, it has like 1500 bullets. Good enough. Oh, wait. It still doesn't have the blue chips. But why not? Why is it not being delivered? Why is that not being delivered? Am I actually not crafting more rockets? No low density structures. Why not? All the blue chips are here. I mean, the blue chips are also not being crafted anymore. It looks like the copper is out. I think I might need to do the copper. Or am I having the problem with traffic? Something broke in the last 60 minutes. I didn't break anything, did I? Stations. Copper load. 5 out of 9. Look at this train in the preview, by the way. Pretty big here. I can make it zoom in and out by zooming over there, too. Yeah. So what, do I not have enough trains? No, I have 11 copper ore trains. So what are they doing? Oh, wait, hold on. There's a traffic jam over here. They're all here. Okay, so there is a traffic jam. Because all the trains are coming here, right? This is my copper. This is my iron. There is another iron here. So like all the traffic goes through here, right? This is where all the trains are standing right now in my world. Right? Literally all the trains are there. Okay, let's just do more doubling then, sure. Along that track. This over here is already fully doubled, so it is like starting from here. I would do more. Maybe, and yeah, more along this track basically. Sorry. These are the expansions that... Actually, hold on. I'm here right now. I'm going to... kill them. They are like... Yeah. The biggest problem is the expansions along the rails, actually. And this is going to be the problem until the rest of the game. Which should be, though, not a real issue if I use the elevated rails, actually. Because if I use the elevated rails, the guys, they are not going to be standing on the thing. Yeah. And the fact that I am aggroing them for a little bit of time when I'm passing through is not going to matter anymore. When you zoom in out of the map, audio pops. Does it? Anything? Is it very bad? If you talk, the audio pops is not this time. I'm talking. Zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out. There was an issue with the audio previously, but it's not relating to the zooming. I don't know. People have not been complaining a lot, but there was an issue with the audio at some point. I don't know what it's caused by, though. And I don't know how to fix it. And I don't know how to diagnose it myself. I need to like constantly monitor my own voice then, right? To figure if something wrong. This over here is depleted. It is. Which means that the doubling can continue. Over here. And then further. I think there's like a lot of the issue over here though. This over here is the oil, which is why I don't want to do the doubling in this section. But I guess this can be further doubled. Or maybe it's like this section, which is too long. can only go through here with a train, which is fine. Go. I'm out of signals. No. Alright. We'll see if this helps much. There is more problems further this way, but I need more signals. It actually is doing the blue chips now already, finally. Just too slow, right? Yeah, you can paste the link. Train in the preview, by the way. Pretty big here. I can make it in the preview, by the way. Pretty big here. I can make it zoom in and out by zooming over there too. Yeah, this is the thing that I had. That has nothing to do with the zooming. It's a weird thing. I don't know why it happens. I don't know how to fix it. It is some Linux issue probably. But I don't know who to blame and how to properly diagnose this. Happens sometimes, hopefully not too often. Maybe it is connected a little bit to the CPU usage, but I don't know. That'll be weird still. Because I'm barely using the CPU. I think. Signals. So it's mostly the train signals then that I need. A bunch of iron. 200. Definitely not something that happens often. Yeah, it was happening a lot more often previously. So I don't know what fixes it. I did switch like some Linux kernel a while ago, so maybe that was helping. I don't know. Let's Let's look at the trains again. So there is no traffic jam over here, which makes sense, right? I just need to like look at where there's a lot of trains. And this is where there are a lot of trains, right? And this is where I need to do something about them. Just double this track too. Further, right? So like the problem is happening when I have a long track without doubling. So I need to minimize these things in the on the sections which use a lot of which need a lot of traffic. Boom, boom, po-do-dum, boom, po-do-dum, boom, po-do-dum, boom. Hello, Crumble, by the way. Hi. How are you guys doing? How's everyone doing? Look at this. We made a new mod today, and I see all of the trains on the zoomed out view. This is good. I think the next logical step is the visible rails. I really want the visible rails. I think now. Because the rail spaghetti should be visible, right? This thing is depleted anyway. You did a PR with item fluid icon instead of the wagon icon, if not empty. Nice. I'm just going to go ahead and merge it. Let's see. Do 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 do. There's a mod setting. You added the setting too. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Looks good to me. Wait, what? Because I did not push the whatever. I don't know. Anyway, it works now. Let's see how it looks. Do you not show the cargo wagon, by the way? Maybe it would be like cargo wagon with an icon of the ore on top. Or like a fluid wagon with the icon on top. But probably not what you did, right? I don't know if it's better or not. Is it by default enabled, right? So I don't need to do anything about it? Yeah, there you go. Look at this. This is the iron train. There is a one issue, though, when I zoom out like this, right? So the locomotive is shown in front of the icon of the iron ore. Maybe in this case, we want to reverse the order again? I don't know. I mean, it's already understandable, kind of. But yeah, I think this could be improved. It looks like the iron ore underneath. Maybe if this scale. I don't know. What if this scale down the size of the icons when you zoom out so that they don't overlap? Well, that's what Vanilla Factorio does already, which makes the trains invisible. That's literally what we don't want. But maybe we don't need to see all of the wagons, right? Maybe instead of that, we can just show the icon behind, like to the side of the locomotive. And the offset from the locomotive would be also fixed in screen coordinates. Same as the size of the icon. So it would scale, the offset would scale, right? To down. So I think maybe if I just double this section over here a little more, then this is all that's needed. Maybe this could be a little longer. Maybe a little longer here makes sense. But like until here, the pollution will reach from that oil. Might as well just take this oil right now then, if I'm building this. Let's take this oil. Oh, I left the Roboport on. And my rare bots died. Oh no, it's not the bots actually. It's a random radar. That doesn't matter. Rare bots only have 60 extra health. Down, bound, 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 bound. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a lot. But what's their health normally? What's their health normally? 100? I mean, it's more than 50% more health, which is basically the same for all of the health increases for everything, right? It's like 60% more health, it seems like. Do, 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 do. Look at all these trains over here. I think I'm out of storage for quality. That's what it looks like. I need more chests with quality materials. Let's go do that first. Ba-dum, ba-da-dum, bum. Legendary wooden chest. 2.5 times more health. I guess it's the same for all of them, right? Yeah, 2.5 more health. Like, health is like always 2.5 for legendary. Doesn't depend on whether it's a bot or something else. Dun, dun, dun. Why is there no quality refined concrete with more walking speed, by the way? I could have done the chest remotely, by the way. I did not need to come here. I'm out of space for quality iron, that's right. For the rare iron too. Da-da-dum, bo-do-dum. Let's do more storage over here. That belt was not stupid. Was not very smart. Okay. All right, more storage for iron. There we go. That should be good enough, right? Do I need more storage for copper? Not really, but let's prepare for it. That's going to fix it. Oh, the ore. The copper ore is not smelted fast enough. Or is it? I probably want to smelt it more. Let's see. Let's do more smeltery for the copper. Do, 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 do. Yeah. I did not need to travel here myself. Let's go do the oil. And maybe this copper too here, if I need the copper. I mean, we'll see while these trains are sorted, if it's needed or not. But I think I'm only doing 2,000 anyway, right? That's what it looks like. Another station is needed. Not enough hub storage. Wait, what? No! I'm out of storage. For what I have requested. No. Okay, so I cannot do 100 foundries and 100 electromagnetic plants ingredients here at the same time. That's fine. Do, 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 do. Okay. Okay, I guess after this oil, I definitely go and get more. After this oil and copper. I might actually do copper first. Do, 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 do. I really need the radar though for this one. I did not craft radars. And I guess there are other things that are needed too. Like the combinators. And turrets. You could really use a supply train. Yeah. I should do that for sure. Okay, looks like this is sorted out. My personal train, once again, though, is blocking everything because I forgot about it. Sadly, trains don't have equipment, so you have to be there. Well, I mean, there's a tank, I guess. I only need to build the first roboport there, also, right? And there is something that needs to put out the rails anyway, right? So, yeah. Like what I need to do myself is just connect the rails and put the roboport stations in the near the future outposts, right? And then build the blueprint on top of it later. Imagine you could put like 5 exoskeletons in the train. I think there is a mod that allows you to do that, right? Yeah, you can drive tanks remotely. They are basically early game Spidertrons. They just don't provide you with the vision. Is the only downside of tanks. Let's see, I need radars. I needed something else in addition to radars, right? What was it? If only I had memory. Turrets. Turrets are over here. I think I need a bigger buffer at this point. There you go. Boom, boom, boo, doo, 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 doom. Wait, we're back? Okay. I thought I was about to end the stream because the internet broke. I don't know what happened. Okay. It didn't even start a new stream? Okay, that's good. Whoops. I was literally about to type the raid message from my phone so that the stream is officially ended, but we can go for more. Fine. Fine. There is no rest for me yet. It's been 4 hours. I have not even done much today, right? I'm mostly just like fixing the rails and making the mod. It's okay. And after I connect this, I need to finally travel to Fulgora. I'm not delivering a lot of blue chips, but maybe it's going to be good enough for a bunch more electromagnetic plants. No, this is still like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trains just waiting on this line. Yeah, maybe like this doubling over here could also be improved. Right, after I connect this. No, 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 no. That's way too many robots. I double clicked. Oh shit, I forgot the... I still forgot the combinator. No! I'll have to come back here, is what it means. No pump. It's okay. 2 pumps are perfectly fine, right? We just connect these things together. But maybe I will not. Wait, this needs to go around, by the way. Or actually it doesn't, because I can go around over here. Yeah, I can do that. Maybe I should be using more substations. Substations seems like a cool thing. Instead of using the medium power poles. Do you guys even use the medium power poles when you're building your bases on the, like, in the end game? I'm just not used to the substations, but looks like they are actually better. This good? Hello, good eye check. Boom, 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 boom. Do you even bother with the signals here? I don't really think so. This is good enough. Okay, and an arithmetic combinator. But before that, I also improved the doubling over here. New FFF is again super good. Was there another one today? Today is Saturday. Or are you talking about the yesterday's one? Oh, wait. No. This was not clicked for some reason. I thought I didn't have the shells, but I do. The new assembly machine sprites are cool. Yeah, I actually like them. I looked at them a little more. They are really good. I think this also can end a little later. Like over here. Actually. Gonna be tempted to turn off alt mode sometimes. I'm pretty sure the new sprites, there was something that I saw, maybe like, there is something that I saw which showed the animation in the alt mode too. Yeah, this thing over here. Right? This is in the alt mode. And it's looks pretty good too, I think. There is more like visible stuff. On the sides. Right now the assembly machines, they only have the motion like in the center, literally underneath the thing. Right? But the sides are not as visible. Maybe. Yeah, I feel like there is more motion on the sides, basically. So it's better in the alt mode too. Look at this. There's no traffic jam. I think. Maybe it's because they all went to the depot though while I was building the rail. That's maybe what happened. Bam, 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 bam. I was also told by someone, I think it was high speed when we rated them yesterday, like they said that they usually do the releases on Tuesdays. Is that true? Is that true that all of the releases are always on Tuesdays for Factorio? So it is 3 more days then? If doubling doesn't fix it, that triple and quadruple? Right. I only use RPG combinators, right? So I'm just going to craft those. That's all. Okay. And I go back. Okay, the last trip. The last trip and then the trip to Folgora. For sure. Right? You heard Wednesday? You made all trains pinned for vision on map view? Yeah, I literally just was working on a mod like an hour ago. We have a new mod that was released. So we now see all of the trains. And And someone already made a pull request for it, so we see the icons for the item inside. So we see that this is delivering the copper ore too easily. And I'm thinking of the next thing to do is to make sure that the rails are also visible. Like, you know how we can see this path, right? The path that I'm taking right now is visible, but I don't see the entire rail network. But I do see the electricity network, for example. So something like that would be nice to have. By the way, can we make a toggle? Can we make a toggle for the trains? Maybe we should do this only if the toggle is here. Can you do a custom one overlay like over here? A custom button in this thing. And then I would toggle the rail network and the trains to be visible or something. Can you make it so the path is behind the icons? Yeah, I think that is easy to do. I just did the default layer, which just needs to be changed. Some mod settings for the size. Yeah. Feel free to like write the requests in maybe the issue tracker. Maybe we'll work on this just a little bit. On like, because this playthrough is going to be long, I want this anyway. Here's the link. Drop an issue, and we'll be working on this a little bit. Maybe, or maybe someone else will do the pull request for the things. Da 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 da. Okay, this is done. This one is done. Now we go into space. Let me do the issue for you. Setting core icon size. And make layer. Draw trains above path. You do this stuff yourself, but Lua seems scary for someone who hasn't wandered further than HTML and JSON. Yeah, Lua is scary. I mean, it is one of the simplest languages out there, but I'm not a big fan of it. And of the dynamically typed languages in general. But it's fine. It just means that you need to do trial and error instead of the compiler helping you. You already have the icon size scale? You mean in the pull request that you did? Where is the settings? Mod settings. Visible trains show wagon content icon. No, there is no setting. Or you mean like in the new pull request? You did already another pull request? No. You just made it? F5. There we go. Add icon scale. Right. We can say close. Scale close number 5. Right? I don't know if it works in the comment. I think it works if you do it in the description, though. Maybe I can add it here. Close. Number 5. Da 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 da. Looks good. Alright, I'm going to put all of my stuff into the chests. and go into space, right? It's all the specific words you have to remember that turns me off learning coding. The specific words? What do you mean about specific words? Like keywords that you... Like keywords? The four? I don't know. I don't remember this thing. I was just Googling for this anyway. But yeah. I mean, yeah, if you never did any programming, I guess it can be difficult to learn the basic concepts. But once you know a language, learning the other programming language doesn't really make... isn't really a problem, I think. There are just like certain concepts in different programming languages which might be new, like the whole type system in the typed languages compared to the dynamically typed languages like Lua. Anyway. Fulgura. I think I have everything, right? Let's also take the pull request. Locally. And I guess I'll restart the game to see this. New setting. We can change the setting while in the game, right? There is no reason for it to be in the startup. I did not check where you edited. Let's see, novice over here. Oh wait, you yeah, you reverted the order too, which means that yeah. I mean, it's fine. It still is a little bit weird. I think I like there needs to be a different solution though. This shows the icon of the ore on top of the locomotive. I guess it's better, but yeah. Let's see, settings, mod settings, icon size multiplier. 5. Let's see. Look at that. 5 is a little bit too much, I guess. Down, down, down. I think there also could be like the minimum size. Like, you know how the pinned train, which I am running in vanilla, if we disable this mod, like it scales, but there is also the like at some point it is no longer in the screen but in the world coordinates. Yeah. Alright, I'm basically needing the stone brick here. I think the steel tomb is really important. So here's our full Gora. We just have a single small island over here. And it is our whole job is to make me the electromagnetic plants. Which basically need the bricks over here to craft the concrete. Oh, J mate, yeah. Hi. Blue chips. I don't need red chips here, right? Yeah. So maybe just more steel. Let's do the rocket. Here. Okay, the rocket is launched. A little bit of the manual management here. This is not automated, but it's fine. Any more brick. Do, 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 do. Chest. Yeah, there is the minimum coverage and the maximum cliffs, literally. On full Gora. I don't think it matters much, though. There is still a lot of land. One of the annoying things is that, like, the frequency of the ore patches doesn't matter because the patches, they always spawn on the small islands and they do not get more rare with the minimum frequency of the resources. So technically, it is not like 300 times less resources here, but only like 50 times less. Yeah. But we'll need to collect a lot anyway. Do, 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 do. Brick. What about the ice? Hold on, I'm actually going to be blocked on ice, I think. Because this is... I need more storage for ice if I want this to work for longer. It doesn't matter? Well, it matters for the holmium, though, right? Because that's what I'm doing. In case anyone is a little confused here, I'm only mining holmium and ice. Everything else is being destroyed. Wait, this actually gets blocked completely. How do I make sure that it keeps spinning? I'm not sure. There we go. Let's do a couple more chests for that. It's a stone. Ice is needed over here. How's my taxi doing? Doing fine. On the bullets, I just need to deliver all of this. 8. And maybe I will be able to craft more here. Setting input priority on splitter, keep it spinning. No, I think the reason... Oh, wait. Wait, what's the reason for it, actually? Why is it blocked like that? I might need to, like, do something which takes the items... from the belt and then puts them back in. So, like, a buffer. And if this buffer is... like, I need to make sure that I don't not putting the stuff in. There's a lot of items in these things, basically, right now, right? And the reason it was happening, though, I think, is because when this was not working, this was blocked because the ice needs to go here. This chest was full, so that's why it was blocked, basically, right? So if this happens again, I just need to stop mining, right? Which I think just means that if... I have a combinator here. Let's just calculate, like, the total amount of items. It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't even work like that. I think it's literally just if enable if everything is equal to 0. You know? So that I don't mine unless this chest is empty. Good enough? I can do over here the output priority on the left, so that it's not put into this chest unless the belt is full, too. But I need to prioritize emptying the chest, I guess. Right? There you go. So hopefully this will solve the issue. Okay. So there is more. I already have 10. Do I have rocket parts? Looks like I do. I'm out of ice, actually. Right, because I took it from this. I'm waiting for refined concrete, which is waiting for water. Yeah, I actually need the ice here. Okay. Do I want to craft more though for now? If I do, then I would take the ice from here. Actually, hold on. I'm just going to need to make sure that I remember to turn this back on when I am coming back, because I want a buffer of ice here. Okay. Let's just explore a little bit more to see where the resources are. Because once again, we were calculating the amount of resources it's required to do something like a mech armor, which is 500,000 science. One science pack is basically one ore, which basically means 100 scrap, which means that this is basically 50 million ore scrap, right? And I don't have that much. I just have 1 million, 2 million, 3, 4 million, and 5 million. So I just need 10 times more than that, right? There's also, I mean, not 10, 5 times more than that. Actually, it's not that much, I guess, because of the resource drain, and then productivities also are going to be there on top. It's not that bad. But let's have a little bit of the exploration anyway. Do they become more rich? Does the scrap become more rich on Fulgora, by the way? I have never traveled much on this planet. I think even on the 1000x that I was doing, I did not connect that many ore patches. Did I do any research on my 1000x though? I don't remember with the Fulgora science. Did I drop before that? Not. It looks like it's the opposite. They become less rich the further we go. Is that true? That wouldn't make much sense, right? This thing is lacking the turrets. Okay, I'll come back there soon enough. I don't need to disable anything, I think. Yet. Alright. Did I send everything that was crafted already? Looks like I did. Let's see if there is more crafted. Wait, what? Oh, I think I'm reading the resource patch. I don't need to read this. There we go. Now we mine again. Because this chest is empty. Nice. 6 more. Out of the holmium, so now it's for waiting for more holmium. Okay. I think it means that I leave now. After these 5 are delivered. So this will be how much? 35 electromagnetic plants. Not too bad, right? Not too bad. Not too bad. Let's go. Go back home. I'll drop the plants there. So I just used 1,000 uranium bullets for this trip. Which is 20 rockets. No. 40 rockets? Right? Okay, let's do more blue chips. Wait, what? I have the robot. I have the roboport enabled. Oh, I don't have them on me. I did not pick them up. Right. They're here. Wait, 30? Did I not have like 35? Maybe it's still here? No. Okay, 30. It's okay. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, they already built here using the irregular bots. I see. Okay, so that's going to be a lot of blue chips. So now the problem with rockets. There is no problem. I have a lot of things on the belt. Actually. Okay, let's upgrade the red science. How about that? I mean, the purple science. Bam, bam. Keep 45. Keep 45 SPM. Sure. I mean, this is not 45. This is like 60 SPM, right? 70. Something like that. So this is 004 times 7. Zero 0.3. So I think 2 of them will be good enough. I'm using quality modules on this too. This is going to be exactly 0.3 actually. But some of that is going to be of quality. I guess I can do one more. We prioritize this. Of course. And then red and green chips. I'll do the red and green chips too. This needs 3.5 red chips. I have productivity modules here, right? Down, down. Down, down, down. I mean, do I do productivity modules on this or efficiency actually? Is what I was going for. I was doing efficiency here. Because it doesn't really matter much. It just increases my power for no reason. I think I need 5 of these. I don't have long inserters. So it is green chips. 0.6, 1.2. 2, 3, 4. Five. Something like 5. I mean, I guess green chips are already crafted. This is not even being taken, so you know what? We just take this. I think. Make it go that way. For the red chips. And the plastic also needs to go here. I already have the plastic. Just need to split that. Make that go down here. So that thing is just going to go here. That's my input for the red chips. And the output of the red chips is going to be combined with more green. And be put over there. I'm just keeping the old machines around. Which is fine, right? Do, 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 do. Green chips are on the left side of this belt. Is the only problem. Filter out the green on the right side. Bound, 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 bound. Red and green here. And just red over there. Here's my red chips. Oh wait, actually the red and green combined should go down there, right? Is the input to the modules. There you go. Perfect. And I think now that this makes purple science, it's not like using the foundries, but just like this is already good. I am just going to go and do more purple science, which I think is... So there's the inserted capacity bombs, kind of good. I mean, breaking force is kind of good, maybe. But I think logistic 3, and then I just do the new base with the blue belts. How did the terrain mod turn out? That's what it looks like right now. By the way, I need to change the setting back. There we go. We basically see the trains from the map view like this. We see how they are moving around. And like I was saying, the missing part now is visible rails. So that's going to be the next mod that we're doing. Bigger trains. Yeah, bigger trains also for the I don't know when I'm doing the bigger trains. Maybe like I mean, I think ideally I build like the new base. Maybe there's going to be multiple new bases, right? Maybe like for now I don't upgrade the train sizes yet. And like the actual like the newer base with bigger trains is going to be done when I have the atomic bombs, because that will allow me to like clear the stuff quickly, connect all the new resources up much quicker. So like I don't want to upgrade the existing outposts, right? I'm just going to upgrade on the new ones. Is logistic 3 with logistic 4 even good for you now? I guess it doesn't really matter much, but I need to research something, right? Because I'm not doing anything right now. We'll have quality cargo soon too. Yeah, next week we also have the bigger trains with quality. And I think they were saying about the upgrade planner too, right? For the trains. Which should work. But that's not as easy, I think, as they imagined it. I think if I remember correctly, they were saying that that they would that they would wait at the train stop until they are upgraded, right? Was it in this one? Was it in the first one? Oh, only on when the bot is on the way. Okay, so then I would be able to do the upgrade to upgrade the trains over the entire map view, actually. Okay, if it's assigned to be upgraded, yeah. So in this case, we would be able to just do the upgrade planner and drag it over the entire thing, right? That would be good. Yeah, that's nice. Dun 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 dun. Okay, and I need more power. It seems. Let's work on more of that. Bum, 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 bum. So I just do this. Let's do 4 more. Why not? I'm stuck. Help! Okay, how much more do I want? Just double the boilers then? Let's do this much. I think when this needs to be improved, I'll do a new generator in a different place. There we go. Right. And we have the oops. And we have the steam. And then we have the water. Boom, boom, boom. And then I just build the... how many is this? 28? Let's do 2 more. There we go. So this is 30, and I need 50 of these, right? Let's do that. Do I have more space somewhere? Over here? Wait, that's how much? That's 16. No, we have space over here. That's 40. We just need 10 more. There we go. Connect the pipes. And connect these pipes. Right? So now I just need to deliver. Four more reactors. Boom, boom, ba-da-dum, boom. I'll drop all of my stuff here and then just focus on this crafting. Wait, why is it 58? I needed 50. Anyway, more is better than less, right? I suppose. Whatever. Oh, it's a 500. I thought it's 1,000 concrete for a reactor. Oh, that was a big buffer. I actually almost researched Logistic 3. Is the buffer out yet? Almost. Do, 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 do. I need copper. I don't have copper in a chest, right? No, I have them over here. This is a chest of copper. So then it's just the red chips. Pipes and gears. Do 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 do. That was not a big enough buffer for that craft, I suppose. That's okay. Bum, 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 boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. 40. Just need 20 more. 400. 4 stacks. Speed module. More gears too. I actually don't have enough gears either. This one is also slow. Do, 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 do. 15 more. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Oh yeah, it takes a lot of gears. All right. Okay, fine. I'll just send them to be handcrafted too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Let's go back. Yeah, so now we are actually doing 60 SPM when the buffer is empty, which is good enough. Good enough. What about the usage? I was low on oil. Now that I'm actually yeah. Yeah, now I'm doing like 10, 12. Okay. I guess it's because I'm not constantly launching the rockets anymore. Maybe. Or actually I am. Yeah, it's literally the oil. I mean the rocket fuel, which is the bottleneck now, which I guess I could do more of. Where did I leave my stuff? Around here somewhere. There we go. 300% neighbor bonus for the central ones. Having neighbor bonus on nuclear reactor implies a lot of radiation leakage. It's fine. I have power armor mark 2. This is defending me from radiation. Don't worry. Right? Oh, look at this. SPM 0. Amazing. My purple science is not doing anything. No rails? Because of no steel. Got it. Wait, did I just run out of iron? There's no way, right? Or maybe there is a way. That I ran out of iron here. Oh, it's also because I'm putting this steel. I was putting this steel into these chests, right? That I just took to craft. There we go. The steel is back. I think I just literally just filled this chest. Five rare productivity modules. Nice. Dum, bum, bum, bum. Oh, I didn't build the steam engines yet. And I will need to craft more pipes. Or get them, rather. Or no, actually they're already built. You know what? Where's this chest? Why am I building this by hand? There we go. There you go. Okay, let's go and do this notification over here. This outpost ran out of turrets to replace. Iron ore. Seems like the iron is fine for now. But I am mining. I mean, I was not mining it full speed because I was not using it. Now that I'm using it, I don't know how much. What's my maximum speed? 5,000. Looks like I can do 5,000. That my peak usage is like 5,000. Maybe I'm good. Where's my roboport? Here. Give them more repair packs too. Do, 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 do. Actually, I kind of really like the, now the fact that it's the ore icon instead of the
of the train icon, you basically see the movement of the resources on your map. You know, it's very similar to how the ore moves on a belt, but now it moves on the train tracks, and you see it moving. You know. Dr. Mitchells, hello. Just read the rules and gonna say dang. Yeah. Um. Yeah, we were coming up with these rules for a while. I think if I was to change anything, I would make the oasis actually bigger, because the reason I did it like this size because of the preview, because like in the preview, if you do 100%, then like basically the entire preview is green. So I didn't see the oasis. I didn't see the what it's called, like the desert on the preview. But now that the map is actually this big, oh, by the way, we do have some green territory outside sometimes. But yeah, it's just like when you zoom out, you don't really see the oasis anymore. So maybe I would increase this. Other than that, I don't know what I would change. Peak mod. Do you think they're going to do this in vanilla? When they are going to see the mod existing like this? That's how it should work. Right? You should be able to see the trains. Just wait until we do the visible rails. It's going to be even better. It's going to be huge. Okay. Why is this report pinned? I was delivering the repair packs here, but I already did that. Let's unpin. The crude oil. Wait, crude oil is not being picked up. No, because I don't need to. Because I don't need the oil actually. So I connect it actually enough. I don't need the oil. How many trains of oil do I have? I have a single oil train, but that's enough for. But that is still enough. Can we suggest this to Wolf for 2.1? I mean, you think they can? There is no time. The 2.1 drops next week, in a couple days, probably. Not sure when next week. Bam, bam. It's a bit late. We'll have to be included in Factorio 2.2, right? Right. Yeah, we published it. Let's see. I mean, you just do mods Factorio.com, and then you see visible trains. There we go. Look at this beautiful icon. I should upgrade this preview because it looks better actually with the ores on top. There is no Factorio 2. You know what? Like the Terraria developers, they also said this is the last update for the last 10 updates, so who knows? Maybe there will be Factorio 2.2. Okay, there we go. Everything is built. So the next step is doing the oh, this looks so good. I don't know. The Factorio devs said that they cannot do same like Terraria, and they now do another game. So weren't Terraria developers also doing another game? There was like, I think there was a cancelled Terraria spin-off or something. Or was that different developers? I thought those were the same. Wait, is this still not connected? This over here needs to have a connection. There we go. For a couple more. This and that. And then all of the engines are going to work. I also have 10 more. Let me out. 10 more. Just so that everything is placed that I have. Alright, so now we can do almost a gigawatt. Alright. The next reactor is going to be built in a different place, in a new base, for sure. The new game is related to WoW, like Factorio is related to Minecraft. I see. Okay, I think the next step is now automating the calcite and doing the foundries, right? To multiply the resources even further. I have all of this oil pinned and I don't like actually need it right now. I guess it was like a temporary like spiked consumption maybe, which I don't actually need. This one is ready for another trip. So I can go to Vulcanus already. If I wanted. I mean, I was going to get 100 foundries, right? This is just missing the green chips, refined concrete and lubricants for the foundries. So let's go get it. Let's put these green chips into a chest. Lubricant. Do I have lubricant around? Yeah, I do. Oh, lubricant just needs the barrels. They're not delivered there automatically. That's fine. I'm not doing too much of that, I guess. At least for now. And refined concrete was actually over here. Already have all of it. Oh, I don't know. I just cannot stop enjoying my this new mod that we made. This is so good. That's what I missed in Factorio all this time. After seeing it, you're just thinking, why wasn't that in the base game? I don't know, because I actually I am surprised that, like, did anyone ever wanted this? Because I imagine the people who are doing the mega basing are also zooming out on the maximum range, right? So, I mean, actually, the reason I wanted this was just to debug the rails. So I guess it's because most people are not doing the spaghetti rails. Oh, Mega Basin does not use trains at all, sadly. I thought people were using trains. Okay, yeah. But also, like, I think the main reason for this was to, like, figure out why you're blocked. Like, when you're traveling in the train yourself and you're waiting on the intersection, who are you waiting for? And you, like, zoom out of the map and you don't see any trains there. So that was the main reason why I wanted it. To figure out the, like, where is the traffics, where the traffic actually is, right? Because otherwise it's too small. So if you like immediately build the not spaghetti rails, then I guess you never need that. How does the mod mix with work with mixed trains? I don't know. This was actually added in a pull request by someone else. I think it's only if it's a single item. Yeah, it's in control, right? No, actually, it just takes the first fluid and the first item, right? So, yeah. That's what it looks like. Also, it's interesting that this over here has the brake, but this one doesn't. So it would take the last item. I mean, it would take the first item in the last cargo wagon or the first fluid wagon, is what it looks like. Yeah. I don't know. If you want this to render the mixed trains too, then what would it look like? We can take like the biggest item, or we could also just make all of the icons at the same in the same place, like stacked on top of each other. The right thing to do would be to pick the item that there is the most. No, I think well, I don't think it's bad for performance, because I mean right now this mod is bad for performance, kind of, maybe, right? Because we are updating all the trains every tick. But there is a way that you don't do this, because you only need to update these rendered things when the contents are changing. I imagine there is an event that we can subscribe to instead of doing it every tick. When the contents of the train actually change, then we update the graphics, basically. And then it should not be a problem for performance. I think we could like draw them as a stack of items, you know, like the next item is like on top of it. Similarly to how the stacked belts work, kind of, I guess. This is just the first version of the mod. We literally just created it. So, yeah. What if it's like 50 different items? Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys do 50 different items? I mean, there is the supply train, I guess. That would be the one. Yeah. Another option to do for the trains is another suggestion was that like I'm using the groups, right? So we could figure out the group name of a train and use this as the icon if there is like especially if there is a single icon in the group name, right? We could do that. So but that's where you actually assign what you draw on the map view. Um yeah, I guess that makes sense. But at the same time, I kind of like the fact that right now this so yeah, you see like the copper train, which when it's going for the base is having the copper icon, but when it's the empty train, it actually is drawn as a single wagon. I kind of like that too. The alt mode wagons only show max 4. Yeah, we can also do the max 4, just like all of the alt modes are doing, right? Similar to how everything works, right? Similar to how the chest works. That is another option of how to render things. There's a lot of options, I guess. Could literally be the options in the mod, maybe too. You have a local version that renders first icon in train group name if empty train. Yeah. Like, that literally would work. The first icon would work for me. My option is the best one, says Spike. What is your option? You take all of the icons from all of the items inside of the wagon. You give it to AI and ask it to synthesize a new icon that is of all the materials, and now you have a new hybrid synthesized on demand. Interesting. I don't think it needs an AI. We can do a like I mean, I don't think there is a way to synthesize a new icon on demand, right? Because you literally, like, the way Factorio is done is that you create the things that you render in the prototype stage. You cannot create the new textures in runtime, I think, right? So you would need to pre-generate for all of the combinations of the things, the icons in the. I don't even know if you can generate the icon actually. Probably not. If you do full generic train system, you only have two groups, items and liquids, so icons from group name would not be very useful in that case. Yeah, I think for the generic trains, which a lot of people use, the icon for the actual items inside makes more sense. Right? All right, logistic 3 is finished. And now, so I mean, it's just the purple tech. I mean, yellow tech is also not too difficult to do right now. I can do another robot speed if I wanted. Refined flammable file in 5 is kind of nice. Yeah, let's do this one actually to kill the biters faster because the atomic bomb is not around the corner still. Actually, what I need is yeah. Let's first work on Vulcanus for the calcite, and then I need the space science. So I need the automatic ice from Fulgora, and maybe at the same time I actually set up the Fulgorian science just so that it slowly gets crafted. What's the longest train you usually use? I think in all of my playthroughs, the longest train that I was using was... Oh, hold on. I have a traffic jam. Why do I have a traffic jam? Oh, because I'm blocking this with my train. You see how easy it is to see the traffic jam now? This is huge. Yeah. I just left my train on the track again. Like always. Easy mode. You think this mode is cheating? Makes the game too easy now. Right. Alright, you know what? I'm just going to connect all of the oils. I didn't pin them for no reason. But now that I have pinned them, I don't want to pin them again. But seeing the pins is annoying. So I'm just going to connect all of the oil. What's the smallest demolished territory you found? I think there is no small demolished territory in this world. But I did see some small ones, like maybe like 4 chunks or 5 chunks. So even smaller than 2x5, I think, is what I've seen. You're saying about the longest train? Yeah, the longest train is like 1 to 4 is what I've been using. But I think in this playthrough I'm going to go bigger. Maybe 16 or 8. Is what I'm thinking right now. But 1-1 trains can get you a long, like, way, you know? That's what I'm doing right now, 1-1. I'm playing with basically 100x science multiplier right now. And it's perfectly fine. I don't have pipes. $16, what for? Like, because we are getting into the big science multiplier territory. And because the distance that the trains need to travel is big. Bigger trains give you less traffic, right? I don't know. Maybe I don't do 16, right? Just because of the ore patches, they are so small. So, like, just it wouldn't be looking very nice, maybe. Like, imagine if we have a train here. Maybe I do 1-4 still. I don't know. Maybe I do 8. 16 is like basically a lot bigger than the ore patch itself. The new icons, we built the mod for this today, yes. Let me link it again. If you're interested. It's a work in progress, we're going to improve it more. I came for the pipes. I don't need that many undergrounds though, right? And I think... more storage tanks too. How do you like writing mods for Factorio? Is the API nice? I hate it. I hate Lua, okay? I think Exodrifter, you're also interested in like Haskell and these things, right? I prefer typed languages to dynamically typed. I hate Lua. They also index the arrays starting with 1 instead of 0. It's gross. Oh, you wrote Haskell professionally for 6 years? Nice. I never wrote professionally Haskell. In fact, I hate Haskell too, so... but that's for a different reason. Last time I tried it, I rage quitted because of how bad the records are, but I think everyone agrees that the records in Haskell are horrible. I think, right? Yeah. Okay, I literally rage quitted because of that. It's like, it's so annoying. um... They'll say to use lenses, but you don't like lenses either. Yeah. I personally believe more in the effect systems, if we want to talk about this a little bit. If you have not seen, I have been making my own programming language too. And that's what I would focus on. But yeah, it's still a work in progress, and I'm playing Factorio instead of working on it. Yeah. But I've seen some other languages do similar things. I want basically something as a combination of Rust and Haskell, and those new languages with effect systems. Alright, anyway. I came here for the pipes, and then... I have everything I need, I think. Raskill or Hast? Yeah. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. This actually makes a good, like, like the it makes a good screensaver over here, watching the trains now on the map view. You start working on the language too, but it's so hard to find the time. Game dev takes priority for you. Yeah. Yeah, I still also have a game that I need to release at some point. Bow, 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 bow. Procrastination is universal. Yeah. For me, though, the problem is not procrastination, technically. It is that I'm interested in too many things. So, like, it's playing Factorio, making a language, making a game. There's also work that needs to happen sometimes. Right? I'm just going to ignore the gate on this one. It's fine. Oh, I knew I forgot something. I have no pumps. They made pumps work better, diagonals. Yeah, that's going to release in next week. What do you mean on diagonals? Like you can make a train stop like this, where the wagon is over here, and you would be able to pump into and from it. Another thing that they did, which they showed in this, I guess let me show you. Here. Blog. Da, 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 dum. Is it not in this one? Is it in that one? Yeah, look at this. You can pump directly from one train into the other train. You can connect the pump on the end of the rail too. A lot of options for spaghetti. And yeah, like I was saying, the only missing thing now is the train stop on the curved rail for maximum cursedness is really missing now. And it looks like I'm out of power poles. Am I too close? One will release next week, yeah. You can see mods coming to run off liquids even easier with a load from front of a train. Yeah. The train is going to be weird for that, right? With the locomotive behind instead of in front. Just a little cursed. Okay, if I don't have the power poles, let's delete the power poles. I'm going to just use the substations. There we go. I should just use the substations at this point. Oh, and I don't have the robots. Okay, robots too. Boom, ba-dum, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Bye, Exo. Thanks for coming. Have a good day. Do, 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 do. Let's also do the radar. Do, 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 do. Ba-dum, boom. Robots. Pumps. Pumps will need also some steel. There we go. Anything else? Maybe not. You know what you would really like to see is the diagonal walls? Diagonal walls. Don't know about that. The only diagonal thing is the rails, right? That they have. Doo, 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 doo. Why did you place the beacons first? Before the pipes? Because if I place the pipes first, then it might block some potential good spots for the beacons, I guess. You can make rails map color white in the config so that they stand out better. Rail color. Yeah, but the problem is that they're still too small. They don't like scale, you know? They are like they are actually not shown over there. You probably don't see it, but it is actually invisible there. There is some rails which are visible, some which are not. Because it's too much zooming out. On this distance, I kind of see it, and I guess I would see them better with the different color, but I want them to be fatter lines still anyway, not 1 pixel. Okay, let's connect these guys at the top. $27 SPM. Because I'm doing the rockets, right? That's fine. That's a lot of biters. Well, that's not a solid wall of biters yet, so not as many as there could be. White trails are pretty clear, well fully zoomed out. They don't stop rendering for you. Maybe you have a smaller resolution. I have a 2K monitor, which I imagine is why... I don't know. I don't know. Would that make sense? That's why they actually stop rendering for me? Because literally at this zoom level... At this zoom level, if I take this section over here... If you look over here, you see this? This is the line of the rail. It's visible. right? And this over here is the rail which is not visible. So even if this was white, it would still be invisible white, right? Technically, I don't need to kill that, but whatever. Why not? Good enough. No rails. You know what we should do, by the way? Here's another thing that we should add to this mod. Here's another thing that we should add. The player Should have the player character icon over here. Maybe. Right? Like it's not immediately obvious that I mean it is visible kind of. Maybe it's not necessary. Yeah, it's visible. Never mind. The player one is fine. More biters? More biters what? No, more oil. I'm doing more oil. Or you mean add more biters to the mod, which is about trains? Add to the mod more biters? I'll think about it. Can you upload the GIF? Can you add image here and this can be a GIF? Maybe? To showcase the animation there. Wait, why am I coming back? Oh, no, it's fine. I picked up the rails already. GIF is even worse than array index started with 1. Even a GIF is the correct way to pronounce it. Would you say a giraffe or a giraffe? That's a question for you. Why was this not connected, huh? G stands for graphic, not for giraffic. What about geography? Mm-hmm. Some of those words were French in origin and therefore should be disregarded. Hmm. The old Lothar meme where Boromir says, I live in Gondor, not Jonder. One, two, three, four, five. No, hold on. It's 10. Maybe I don't connect all of it, actually. Maybe I don't need all that oil. That's a lot of work. I need at least to make sure that I'm not, like, coming back and forth all the time. For all the things that I forget. This direction has not been doubled too much, but there's not that much traffic here. But I could do some doubling. This over here is a long time distance, actually. So maybe I should. Right now, this is not obvious. So I don't see a train. This is the train. But that's not the train that I'm waiting for, right? What am I waiting for right now? Oh, there's a train here. And there is no doubling before that. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Now it makes sense what I'm waiting for. You know what would be very good, very nice to know? That's probably just because of the way I'm building the rails. But seeing from the far view where the rails are doubled and where they're not. So when we do the visible rails, I don't want just to see the lines. I want to see the lines which are doubled somehow differently from the ones that are not. How would you do that? Just double everything? Yeah, but I literally don't want to double everything. Not yet, at least. I don't want doubling around the oils, because they pollute a lot. I don't want the train standing there and dying. Let me get out. I'll do the doubling. Not that far. Double or nothing. I mean, I guess when I build this new train system, it will be all doubled. But then not everything doubled is more than enough for a lot. of the things. So I can still see myself playing with the node doubled rails everywhere in the future, right? So seeing if it's doubled or not, it's kind of nice, I think. One of the ideas that I have is that the train, like, we would color the rails differently based on the direction, so that the opposite direction should have like different colors. Change the hue just a little bit, maybe based on the angle, literally. Is one of the options. You know how they change the hue of the items on the belt so that they look actually different? I guess it's more visible on the solid fuel. It's just a tiny little bit of a different colors there. So that could be not just random, but based on the way the rail is facing. Or we could do the outlines, right? Like when you do the control, this thing has the outline. So maybe the outline would actually be enough to see the doubling. Well, now that I have tried making a mod, that's all that I can. That's all that I'm thinking about. What else would I fix? Whoops. Hi. I got a hammer now. Everything looks like a nail. Yeah. Something like that. All right, let's see. Fluids. I'm not even like mining, so I cannot really see my maximum speed anyway right now, right? Maybe it's around 20,000 now. Maybe even more than that. Right? Okay. So at my peak, I'm having 20,000, so maybe this is enough. Let's unpin everything. Ah, shit. Can you control Z the unpinning? I hate this. This thing scrolled because I deleted some pin, and I deleted some pin that I did not want. You cannot undo that. Annoying. Can I mod that? What even was pinned there? I don't know. Taxi and another one. Yeah, taxi is fine. This is just so that I can click it faster than through the menu. Bam, 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 bam. What's the multiplayer right now? I think this one is at 10,000. This one is not as big. The or maybe 20,000. 20 times. I'm not sure. The things that I'm going after next, like the important technologies that I'm looking at, are the Kovarex, and then after that the atomic bomb. That's literally my goal. Like once I have that, it's game over for the biters, right? So, this one I think by default is 5,000, so it is 40 times the multiplier. Some of the ones which are like, if I do the planet, like this doesn't require the planetary science. So the planetary sciences are at around 150x, like the coal liquefaction or artillery is. What's artillery usually? I think it's 2000, so it's 100x here. Yeah. And then the mech armor, 500,000. Yeah, 100x, a little more than that. It's not 1,000 yet. It's fine. Thank you for the follow. Do, 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 do. All right, I'm kind of postponing going to Valkanes and setting things up. Maybe I postpone it even more, and until next time. What else can I do? What else can I do? Boom, 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 boom. I should also probably switch back and forth from yellow to purple, by the way, which would be a faster SPM. Right now I'm doing 30. Why am I doing 30 though? Because low density. Because low density is used to launch the rockets, right? That's why. But in order to do more low density, I kind of want the this thing. Yeah. Yeah, let's just switch to purple here. So the purple science that I'm going to be doing is there's inserter capacity or mining productivity. There's also the braking force. Fuel reprocessing, whatever. Don't need that yet. Braking force maybe is nice. I don't know. I feel like I just go for mining productivity. Actually, there is also the steel productivity, which is cheaper. Which one is better? And there's also the cargo size, but I don't think I care about this. Both are better. All right. Let's see. So like, let's do mining productivity. The this one is 20,000, and the next one is going to be 40,000, and then the one after that is 66, and then 100,000. Okay. So maybe one level for now is good. I'm not going to, and I'm going to switch away from it like once the SPM drops down again, I guess. Down, 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 down. Okay, you know what? I am going to end here. And next time I'll work on calcite, I suppose. Yep. And maybe we'll work on modding a little more too. So that was a good day with progress done, with a mod being created. Let's see you all next time. Boom, 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 boom. Right. This guy over here is doing the Dark Death World Marathon. Sounds interesting, so let's see. Each rail signal design one way versus two way by checking whether get rail segment signal returns a bounding signal and one end or both end, then draw a color. Oh yeah, we actually I actually know that if the rail is double or one way, right? Yes, and then we could draw those with different colors. Yeah, you're right. So I don't even need to like do the directional ones with different colors, right? Because I will literally see one way versus two way rails drawn with different colors. That's easy. Then draw a colored line along that segment with render mode set to charge, which makes it show up only when the map was open. Yeah. Alright. Anyway, thank you everyone for watching again. See you next time. Bye.